So the first one I was talking about, we were talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one basically said people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyles just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you a freedom of operation. You basically, once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house and lifestyle and all that stuff. Let's say you're going to get $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle kind of ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday, which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions, you literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed. And then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and basically say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps separated over long periods of time so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can basically say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get...
Can't. Love this. 可以说晚自习还是选硬的。It's hard. Okay, examples of disclosed or disclosed. The patient found duty, guilty. 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 Insurance. Count such as account judge, judge duty, or government organization, or the duty to give them this information. The FD requires. Require to need something or something necessary. To need something or make something necessary. Something if they require to need something necessary. To need. Require. If D requires if a verse can you make if D requires pharmaceutical. Okay, pharmaceutical. Yes. The FD require pharmaceutical. The FD requires pharmaceutical. Relating to the product, relating to the production medicine, relating to the product medicine, relating to the product of medicine. The F requires pharmaceutical. The FD requires a pharmaceutical company to provide supply. Let me see. Provide to give someone something that they need. To give someone something that they need. This booklet provides useful information about local services. All miles provide additional cost. Provide personal or sector information that you must tell to some, such as provide person or secret information. Provide. The FD requires medical companies to provide supply. To give someone something that they need. 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 Or disclosure. It's the act of making something about the risk of their drug. No. Natural artificially made chemical that is used as a medicine. medicine, natural. Okay, natural. Oh God. The natural world, artificial, natural world, artificial, made chemical, made chemical, made natural world, artificial, made chemical. That is used as a medicine. As a medicine. In the natural world, artificially made chemical that is used as a medicine to cancer. In the natural world, artificial made chemical that is used as a medicine. Natural artificially made chemical that is used as a medicine. In the natural artificial made chemical that is used as a medicine. In the natural artificial made chemical that is used as medicine. Medicine. Other drug. Very natural, artificially made chemical that is used as a medicine. Anti-cancer, painkilling drug, medicine. The FDA requires pharmaceutical companies to provide for disclosure private persons or secret information that you tell someone, such as a conduct judgment. The judgment, Leibniz work, or a government obligation, or the duty to give them this information, or the duty to give them this information, or give them this information, or the duty to give them this information. The FDA requires pharmaceutical companies to provide full disclosure about the risk of their drug products. The patient fund no longer holds such as a large stake. A pension fund no longer holds such as a large stake. Paid regularly by the government or a private or a private companies to a person who does not work. 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 这个amount of money paid by the government or private. 行，剩下9个月，9amount of money paid by the government. 7000多，7000多。An amount of money paid regularly by the government or private companies to a person who does not work anymore because they are too old or have become sick. An amount of money paid regularly by the government or private companies to a person who does not work anymore because they are too old or have become sick or have become sick. pension amount of money paid regularly by the government or private company to a person who does not work anymore because they are too old or have become sick. The pension fund no longer holds such as a large stake. According to a company disclosure, according to a company disclosure. Stake. Share or a financial involvement in something. A share or a financial involvement in something such as a bus. Hold a stake. A share or a financial involvement in something such as a business. Hold a stake. A share or financial involvement. Something such as share. 看到3张 stake. Share financial involvement something as a business. Holders. The holder of the person income. Stake, share, such financial the pension fund no longer holds such as The pension fund no longer holds such as large stake, such as the pension fund no longer hold such a large stake, according to company disclosure. For disclosure, they want to tell us what it is. So now we're just waiting like the rest of the world. Okay, the pension no longer holds such as a large stake, according to company disclosure. For disclosure. They want to tell us what it is. So now we're just waiting. So they won't tell us what it is. So now we're just waiting. And this is the rest of the world. The rest of the world. Morally offensive, especially morally offensive, especially in a sexual way, immoral, sexual, moral, indecent, morally offensive, indecent, morally offensive, especially in a sexual, morally offensive, especially in a sexual, indecent, morally offensive, cause offense, morally offensive, upsetting, cause offensive, especially sexual, morally offensive, morally offensive, especially in a sexual way, indecent photograph, morally offensive, especially in a sexual way, morally offensive, especially in a sexual, indecent photograph. She accused him of making indecent suggestions to her. Morally offensive, especially in a sexual. Morally. Nothing.
Morally.
Is that true? Moral. Based on principles. Okay. based on principles. Based on principles that you or people are in general considered to be right, honest, or acceptable. Based on principles that you or people in general considered to be right, honest, or acceptable morally. Alright, you are right, but in practice, I don't think it would work. Alright, you're right. Alright, you're right, but in practice, morally. Based on principles that you are people offensive. Cause offensive. Crime and a neglect or a crime. Morally offensive, especially in a sexual way. Indecent, morally offensive, or especially in sexual. Especially an indecent photograph. Morally offensive, indecent. Indecent photograph. An indecent act, photograph. She accused him of making indecent suggestions. Suggestion. Is not wrong. Suggestion. Indecent suggestions to her. She accused him of making indecent suggestion to her. She made suggestion indecent to her. She accused him of making indecent suggestion to her. She accused him of making indecent suggestions to her. She accused him of making indecent suggestions to her. Unsuitable to correct form. Unsuitable or correct. Unsuitable, indecent, morally offensive, especially sexual. Not suitable or correct. Decent, morally offensive, especially in a sexual way. She accused him of making indecent suggestions to her. Not suitable or correct for a situation. 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 The governor has written this. His governor left has written this with almost indecent haste. Following has regulation left has reading. Okay. Not suitable or correct for a situation. The governor left has residence with almost indecent haste. The following has resignation. Not suitable or correct for a situation. Not suitable or correct for a situation. The governor a person in charge particular unit. A person in charge of particular unit. In charge of. The governor left. Left has written this with them. The governor left has residence. The governor left residence with almost indecent with decent haste found his resignation. The governor The governor's official residence. The governor's official residence. A home. The governor's official residence, official standing or living some. The Queen is in residence at the palace this week. The Queen is residence at the government. Okay, the government left his residence with armed residence. Okay, I know this. The governor's official residence. Governor's residence. The governor's left residence with almost indecent haste. Speed, indecent haste, speed, quickly, speed, unfortunate, haste, unfortunate, the report, disappointed, unfortunate, understated, sad, disappointed, unfortunate, it's bad. I didn't have my credit card. Or else I would buy. Fortunately, I didn't have my credit card with me. I didn't have my credit card with me. Or else I would have. Gee. Unfortunately, I didn't have my credit card with me, or else I would have bought it. You need to see that something is bad, is sad, disappointed, or have a bad effect. Unfortunately, I didn't have my credit card with me, or else I would have bought it. Brave horse shining the morning. Brave horse. Das Logo. The governor has haste, speed, speed. Indecent to follow his questions. The act. The act of telling your employer that you are leaving your job. Okay, the act of telling your employer that you are leaving your job. Following his resignation job, quit. The act of telling your employer that you are leaving your job. That you are leaving your job. There has been call for his resignation. Had it. Resignation. The act of telling your employer that you are leaving your job. There has been cause for his resignation. Take a image. The governor left his resignation. There have been cause for his. There has been call for. There has been cause for his resignation. There have been cause for his resignation. There has been cause for his resignation. I hadn't my resignation this morning. I handed my resignation this morning. I handed my resignation this morning. I handed in my resignation this morning. Yes, I handed my resignation this morning. the act, the act, the act, the act. The act, the act, the act, the act, the act of telling your employer that you are leaving your job. The governor left his residence with almost indecent haste, speed. Unfortunately, the report was prepared in haste and contained several in her haste to get up from the table. She kicked over egg. His father had just died, and he didn't want to marry with indecent haste. The governor left his residence with almost indecent haste, following his resignation. Repose. Proposal or suggestion. Sometimes the right one. Suggestion. Sometimes the proposal. Suggestion. Sometimes the right one. Suggestion. Sometimes a right one. Congress had just Congressman. You know. Congress meeting, not for meeting, representative from country or social, at which entered and discussed the information exchange. Meeting. Congress. Congress had rejected the latest Congress had rejected the latest economic Congress had rejected the latest economic put forward. Congress had put forward. Congress had rejected the latest economy proposal put forward by the president. Congress had rejected the latest economy proposal put forward by the president. There has been an angry reaction. There has been an angry reaction to the government. Has been angry reaction. Unemployed benefits. And reaction. Behavior. A feeling or an action that is predict behavior. A feeling or an action that is direct result of something else. Behavior. A feeling or an action that is ridiculous or something else. I love to watch people's reactions when I say who I am. When I say who am I love to watch people's reaction when I say who I am. A feeling or an action that is that is the direct result of something else. Reaction. Propose. Suggestion. Following has resignation. Haste. Following had resignation. With almost indecent haste. Following his resignation. The government has resistance with almost indecent haste. Following his resignation. Propose a suggestion. Sometimes a writing. Congress has rejected the latest economic proposal put forward by the president. There have been angry reaction to the government's proposal to reduce unemployment benefits. Employment, a number of people. Okay. There has been an angry reaction to the government's proposal to reduce unemployment benefits. The number of people who do not have a job that provides money. The number of people who do not have a job that provides money. Okay. The number of people who do not have a job they provides money. Okay, there had been an angry reaction to the government's proposal to reduce employer benefits. Have you read Steve's proposal for the new? Have you read Steve's proposals for the new project? For the new project. Have you read? Have you read? Just a second. Okay. 我下证据。fuck. When it hasn't. Have you read Steve's proposals for the new project? For the project. Give me some more news. Have you read Steve's proposals for the new project? There was anger at the proposal that the UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. There was anger at the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. Peacekeeping benefits and benefits help forward benefits advantage benefits advantage good for change. Peacekeeping. The activity what meaning of this? No. The activity of preventing war and violence, preventing the activity of preventing, especially use armed force, especially armed force not involved in a disagreement to prevent a fight. Difficult. Not simple, and therefore difficult to understand. Not simple and therefore difficult to understand. Not simple and therefore difficult to understand. Not simple and therefore simple and therefore difficult to be identity. Totally. Not simple and therefore difficult to understand. Not simple and therefore difficult to understand, and involved reason, involved difficult, involved. Not simple and therefore difficult to understand. Difficult, involved reason. Not simple and therefore difficult to understand. Involve. Include. Different activity or situation. Lessons are part of that, and lessons is part of an activity. Escape. Benefit. Advantage. There was anger at the proposal that a peaceful face should be sent to the area. Okay, there was anger to the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. Peace forward. To the area. Anger. Peacekeeping. There was anger. There was anger. Oh, that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. There was anger at the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. There was anger at the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force. There was anger at the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. There was anger at a proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. There was anger at the proposal that a UN peacekeeping force should be sent to the area. An offer of marriage. Okay. 一个随身记录的技巧。不用分享。没关系。 我是那个。为什么这个就不一样？这个怎么来说？结论很专业。Okay. Fixed peaceful. 那是anger 为什么是这样 ？anger 那里面外语里面 English. Hunger. Anger, having a strong feelings against someone who has behaved badly. 这题是什么？I don't want to know this.
Get rich by giving society what it wants,
Yes.
but at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying you did something good in the past. Now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it wouldn't need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.D. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. So everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, computer in their pocket that had all the phone capability times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts as an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people have it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting that society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way and self-sustaining.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting up a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who's Illustratus, he was in his videos pre-internet. How would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at his local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman who goes in people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook or reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nivi just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and he's just like Nivi, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be
emotional, anger, emotional, or something that makes you want to hurt someone or be unpleasant because of something unfair or kind that has happened. Having something against someone who has behaved badly is making you want to shout at them or her anger, emotion. At least she feels not anger or violent. It's something that makes you want to hurt someone or be pleasant or be unpleasant because of something unfair or unkind that was happened. Proposal. We put a peaceful. I'm married. Not for married. Example, 50 people voted against the new protocol. 50 people voted against the new protocol. The numbers are great. The numbers are great that the proposal should be rejected. The members are great. The members are great that the proposal should be rejected. The members are great that the proposal should be rejected. 50 people voted against the new proposal. The numbers are great. The numbers are great that the proposal should be rejected. They declared. They declared express. They declared their to non-citizens and clears firmly fix the public or official. Not loses in or without can lose in can lose from in that will not can lose. Turn out something declare. They declared their support for the proposed S&U facts with the detail of the project. S&U facts firm facts a document facts S&U facts with the detail of the project. Facts are a document that travels in electronic form around the phone line, and it then printed on paper. S&U facts with the details of the proposed. The management has refused to back your proposal. The management has refused. Express to announce something clear. Firmly. To announce something clear, firmly, publicly or officially. To announce something clear, firmly, publicly or officially. To announce something clear, firmly, publicly. To announce something clear, firmly, public, or official. They cleared to announce something clearly, firmly, publicly, or official. They declared their support for the proposal. And she declared it was the best chapter. She declared They declared their support for the political support. Support. Encourage, to agree with. What? Why is this? To agree with. Encourage to agree with and give encouragement to someone or something because you want him, her, or intend to succeed. My father. What's the end of it? to agree with and give incongruent,所以 incongruent with and give encouragement to someone or something. 每个人不是 to agree with and give encouragement to someone. to agree with and give encouragement to someone or something because you want him, her, or it to succeed. The management have refused back. The management had refused to back our. The management had refused. The management had refused to back our proposals. They declared their support for the proposal. I'll send you facts. Okay, I'll send you facts with the details of the proposal. A formal suggestion plan or idea often a formal suggestion plan or idea often a right one. The Senate. It's politicals. One of the two groups of politicals who make law in some political system, such as in the U.S., Australia and France, often have a different power from the other group and different rules for members. For example, being enacted for a longer period. The law has no chance of being passed by the Senate. The Senate rejected the proposal for a rise in a Brazil minimized. The Senate rejected the proposal for the rise in Brazil's minimum wage. Political Senate. One of the two groups of politicals who make law in some political systems, such as in the U.S., Australia and France, often having different powers from the other group and different rules for members. Often, for example, being elected for a longer period. The Senate then law has no chance of being passed by the Senate. The French convenient. The French Australia Senate, the U.S. Senate has 100 members. You don't have a Senate. It has a House of Lords. It has a House of Lords. But one of the two groups of the politicians who make laws in some political systems, such as in the U.S., Australia, and France, often have different powers from the other groups and different rules for members. For example, being elected for a longer period. The law has no chance of being passed by the Senate. The French Australia Senate, the U.S. Senate has 100 members. The UK don't have a Senate. It has a House. It has a House of Lords. Former suggestion, plan, or idea, often a right one. The Senate rejected the protocol for a rise in Brazil. The Senate rejected the proposal for a rise in Brazil's minimum wage. Management has made a proposal to cap overtime. Okay.
Creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like, your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broad. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day. PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks, just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth kind of weaving in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down, because they're easy to remember and easy to hook on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So basically, when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures, and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate, don't copy, just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are to who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding. So it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is a very important force. So you have to be able to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at prisoner's dilemma type games, the solution to prisoner's dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated prisoner's dilemma. In other words, we play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people and you have to figure out who can you trust and who can you trust over a long period of time that you can just keep playing the game with them so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the U.S. stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that was because the U.S. stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the U.S. didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the U.S. stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in a small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with, who you can't. If you keep switching locations, keep switching groups, let's say you started out with a little bit of industry and you build up a network there and you're working hard to kind of build up the industry. Then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations or electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always kind of coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians, like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just try to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich. And in a short-term game, it seems like everybody is making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up with the guns. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader basically tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done, and then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much or as close to as possible and took risk, as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife.
So these next two tweets are play iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah. When you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids and raising children. Like, that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships are invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you
Senate. Declare their support for the proposal. It's called declare their support for the proposal. I'll send you facts. Senate. The Senate rejected the proposal for the raise. Rise. To move upward, they rose gently into the air. At 6 we watched the sunrise. At 8 a.m. we watched the sunrise appear and move upward in the sky. New buildings are rising. New buildings are rising. Being built. New buildings are rising throughout the city. The barn rose gently into the air. At 8 a.m. we watched the sunrise. Appeared and moved upward in the sky. New buildings are rising. New buildings are rising throughout the city. Murmurs disprove. Rose disprove. Murmurs disprove. Rose from the crowd. Move up. To stand especially after sitting. She rose from her chair to welcome us. He rose to his feet to never his speech. Move up. She rose. She sent rejected for the embrace of minimum wage. A particular amount of money that is paid usually every week to an employee, especially one who does work that needs basic skills or strength, rather than a job needing a college education. To fight a war workless, a serious activity, in order to achieve something. To fight a war workless or serious activity, which a particular amount of money that is paid usually every week to an employee, especially one who does work that needs physical skills or strength. A particular amount of money that is paid every week on employee, especially to one does work that is physical skill or strength rather than a job needed in college education. What meaning of this? Wait. Particular amount, okay. Meaning, particularly, the center rejected the proposal for a rise in Brazil's minimum wage. Management has made cap over management have made protocol to cap overtime. Cap. The management has made a overtime. Height. Cap. Overtime. Over. After the usual time needed or expected in a job. After the usual time needed or expected after the usual time after the usual time needed or expected in a job. Overtime. After the usual needed or expected. Management have made critical to cap smoke explosive limited education overtime. Okay. Has made vertical to cap limit, cap overtime, cap limit, limit on amount of money that can be charged, or spent, in connection with the particular activity, Okay. Nine other firms submit. Nine other firms protocol for the naval complex. Name comes Sea Force. They part of a country. Force. Sea Force. The part of the country's armed force that is trained to operate. Sea Force. Navy Force. 9 other firms. Sea Force. Navy complex. complex. New becomes involved, a lot of different. Involved, a lot of different but related parts. Involving a lot of different but related parts. Involving a lot of different but related parts. Involving a lot of different but related parts. Complex involved a lot of different but related parts. A complex network of road. A complex network of road. A complex process. The company has a complex organization structure. The company has a plan complex organization structure. Involving a lot of difficult but related part. Complex. Complex, having a lot of different but related parts. Difficult to understand or find an answer to because of having many different parts. Difficult to understand or find an answer to because of having many different parts. Involving a lot of different but related parts. A complex network of roads. A complex procedure. The company. The company. The company has a complex organization structure involving a lot of different but related parts. Involving a lot of different but related parts. A complex network of roads. And complex procedure. Complex. Involving a lot of different but related parts. Complex network of roads. A complex procedure. The company has a complex organizational structure. Difficult to understand or find an answer to because of having many different parts. Okay, 9 other firms supposed for the 9 other firms for the complex. 9 makes 9 other firms submitted proposals. 9 other firms submitted proposals for the name companies. The company The company has a complex organization structure, difficult to difficult to understand or find an answer because of different parts. Investors approved the merger protocol. Investors approved unofficial document. Unofficial document in which you give information about yourself and your property. For property. Official is in which you give information about yourself and your property for insurance agree. Property. For所有权，这是。Sense of an object or an object that belong to someone, it belong old. Sense out the object or objects that belong to someone. They could The club does not. The club does not accept responsibility for loss or damage to club members' personal property. The club does. The club does not accept. The club does not accept responsibility. Your property for an insurance agreement or official document in which you give information about yourself and your property for an insurance marriage. Unoffered marriage. Protocol. Repose, economic action. Feeling of the employers. Protocol to they are anchored to protocol the human peaceful force greatest force. Sea force. Sea force, main land force. Land force should be sent to area. Document, announce the something near, announce something near, firmly. Gorgeous, beloved, gorgeous. 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 Very beautiful, bright, gorgeous. Very beautiful. Wow, you look gorgeous. Very beautiful, very pleasant. What a gorgeous room, a gorgeous room. The bride look gorgeous. The weather was so gorgeous. Oh, the weather was so gorgeous. Bread. Look, the bread. A woman. A woman who is about to get married, or has just been married, or has been just married. A woman who is about to get married, or has just been married. He returned from New York with his beautiful new bride. He returned from New York with his beautiful new bride. The bride and groom posed for pictures outside the church. A woman who is about to get married and has just married. Great. Right. The woman look. Oh. The bride looked gorgeous. A woman who is about to get married, or has just been married. Woman who is about to get married, or has been just married. The bride from New York to his beauty. He returned from New York with his beautiful new bride. The bride looked gorgeous. The weather was so gorgeous. The weather was so gorgeous. The bride looked gorgeous. Okay, she changed and it's not good. She bride looked gorgeous. The weather The weather was so gorgeous. The bride looked gorgeous. The bride looked gorgeous. The bride looked gorgeous. The bride looked gorgeous. The weather was so gorgeous. The weather was so gorgeous. The bride looked 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 gorgeous. The weather was so gorgeous. The bride looked gorgeous. The weather looked gorgeous. Calf. Calf. The thicker materials at the end. Okay. The calf. A thick material at the end of this thicker clothes. Thicker nothing. The thicker sleeve. Scroll the part. Sleeve. This is the part of a piece of clothing. They covered some or all of the arms. Okay, of the arm. Of the arm. The part of clothing that covered some or all the arm. The arm. Vertical. She's right. Real times for place. 4小时就是说晚上10点吧，11点。AM East.请问现在有几岁数？您这个问题。 你还更大声。因此不能。He's right, she's right. Silent. Closed, hello. The stick material at the end of the snake close to the hand, the butt. But his cuffs, his cuffs, but his cuffs. A black shirt with white cuffs. The black shirt with white cuffs. Black shirt. Buttoned his cuffs. They buttoned his cuffs. A black shirt with white cuffs. A black shirt with white cuffs. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned up. Okay, wake up. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned. A part at the end at a pants. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned. He buttoned his cuffs. A black shirt with white cuffs. A part at the end of a pants. His buttoned his cuffs. A black shirt with white cuffs. A black shirt with white cuffs. A part at the end of a pants. A part at the end of a pants neck that is. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned up. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs on his pants. A part at the end. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned up. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs on his pants. A part at the end of a pants neck that is turned up. Okay, let me say. Turn up. a part at the end of a pants leg that is turned up. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs on his pants. He wears a pant. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs on his pants. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs on his pants. A part at the end of a pants leg that is turned up. A part at the end of a pants leg that is turned up. A part at the end of pants leg that is turned up. Stay. That is turned up. The part at the end of the neck turn up. Part at the end. Turn up. He wears a polo shirt and cuffs on his pants. Shirt and cuffs on his pants. He wear a polo shirt and cuffs pants. Polo t-shirt. Cuffs on his pants. The act of hitting someone with your hand in a net. The act of hitting someone with your hand in a net. Jokingly. The act of hitting someone with your hand in a net. The act of hitting someone with your hand in a net. Jokingly. The act of hitting. The act of hitting someone with your hand in a net. The act of hitting someone with your hand in a net. Joke well. She gave him a playful cuffs. She gave him playful on the shoulder. A piece up. You're joking well. Hit. Okay, the act of hitting someone with your hand in it. Okay, joking well. So 知道吗？ Okay, joking well. Joking way. She gave him playful cuffs. She gave him playful cuff on the shoulder. She gave him a playful cuff on his shoulder. She gave him playful cuff on the shoulder. Put in handcuffs. To put someone's hands in handcuffs. To put someone's hands in the. To put someone's hands in handcuffs. To put someone's hand in handcuffs. So to put put in handcuffs. Put in handcuffs. To put someone's hand in handcuffs. To put someone in handcuffs. Handcuff. Is that handcuffs? To put someone's hand in handcuffs. This means use joke. Source. Handcuff. He was led out of the curtain with his hand cuffed behind his back. He was led out of the courtroom. He was led out of the courtroom with his hand cuffed behind his back. He was led out of the courtroom. He was led out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. He was led out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. Yeah. Behind his back.
Deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to the basics. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It went something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one. Yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's a 3-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart, or they're heading in the wrong direction, and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy, but not that smart. So they work hard, but they're sort of running in the wrong. Grateful to him for that. I said, wow, that's amazing that you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else recently, so I'm not taking credit for this, but I kind of modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things, because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has the helpful critical guy, right? he thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step, and the second step, and the third, and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth, or having good relationships, or being fit, or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just foolhardy and chasing it's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just when he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it, maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're basically saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are wandering through a jungle. They hear a tiger. One's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, what's the big deal? You lost a few $1 billion of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country. I actually think the economic opportunity in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital or all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And where exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee on his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular, specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, basically building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating in the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors in being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists sort of at the top of the production chain for humanity. And the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings, and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology, and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed, and often observed by other people who know you well, and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor, and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years, because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing billboard cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can kind of rebrand it. The problem with unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem, and it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. and somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you are natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, you know, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have 2 founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's sort of the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's going to snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic in the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle, or was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is a thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already sort of innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicate to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is sort of pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson. But in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long-term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job, and it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good, but when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. There is no skill called business. Avoid business magazines and business class. Study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in a Periscope that was you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this I don't even have in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books that they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you basically want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you kind of understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of the Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces and start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we were sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this? What's that? Why is this? Who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important. Because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find 2 macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which basically says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense, but the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's a branch of politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need 2 things if I was going to try and sum it up. 1, practical persuasion, and 2, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms. or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics, if you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you're adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools. I don't mean to distract from them completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics, and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen to 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case studies, that's a classic example. You know, they study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Port Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. You know, I've learned that tit for tat, iterated prisoner's dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running the retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I would use to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again but really we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who basically relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was, embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validated. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world, but he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from my Australian friends, the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. So you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product, this person is responsible for the messaging, this person is responsible for raising money, this person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there, there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is sort of uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. but you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and kind of broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages kind of through the back channel, like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I kind of just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean. In good ecosystems, I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you are honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like, example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruined the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, I mean, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift.
Handful. Okay, let me see. Shoulder, handful, never. To put someone's hands in handcuffs. He was lead out of the court. He was lead out of the courtroom. He was lead out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. He was lead out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. The thicker in a short. He was lead out of the courtroom with handcuffs. To put someone's hands in handcuffs. He was lead out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed, with his hands cuffed behind his back. Okay, to put someone's hands in handcuffs. He was lead out of the courtroom. He was lead out of the courtroom. Out of courtroom. He was near the courtroom. He was near. He was lead out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. He was lead out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. A room where a no court courtroom, and he was leaned out of the court with his hands cupped behind with he was leaned out. He was leaned out. He was in the corridor with his hands cupped his back. He was indeed out of the courtroom with his hands cupped behind. He was indeed his hands cupped behind. With his hands. With his hands cupped behind his back. He was led out of the corridor with his hands cupped behind his back. Behind his back. He was to hit someone with your hands in a night. A room where no count meets. The accused entered the courtroom handcuffed to police office. It was kind of the drum set in the 1960s. The accused entered the courtroom handcuffed to police office. It was a counter drum set in the 1960s. It was accused entered the courtroom handcuffed to police office. It was a courtroom drum set in the 1960s. He was led out of the courtroom with his hands cuffed behind his back. Material: the secret material. The secret material at the end of the sleeve around the wrist. Sleeve around the wrist. The secret material at the end of a sleeve around the wrist. The secret material at the end of a sleeve around the wrist. The secret material at the end of a sleeve around the wrist. Courtroom, wrist. Wrist. The part of the body between the hand and the arm. The part of the body between the hand and the arm. Okay. The secret material at the end of a the second material at the end of the sleeve around the wrist, sleeve product. Okay, of the sleeve around the wrist, were they turned up part at the were they turned up part at the bottom of a neck. The second material at the end of a sleeve around the wrist, or they turned up part of the bottom of a neck. At the end of the second material at the end of the sleeve around the wrist, or they turned up part at the bottom of a neck. In sum. Insane. The measurement from the top of your inner leg is the measurement from the insane US UK inside leg. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The fashion returners. Okay, let me see. The fashion retainers. The fashion retainers. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The fashion retainers ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The fashion retainers clothes items range. The fashion retainer. The fashion retainer, a person, shop, or business that sells goods to public. Retainer, the fashion retainer clothes. Retainer. Fashion person to shop. The fashion retainer, a person, shop, a business that sells goods to the public. The pattern retainers clothes items range in size from 0 to 18. Items like case. The fashion retainers clothes items range. Something something that is part of a list or group of things. Something that is part of a list or group of things. The list items and the list. The result have a long menu of about 50 items. Several items of clothing lay on the floor. The next items on the list. The restaurant have a long menu of about 50 items. Several items of clothes lay on the floor. The fashion retailers' clothes items range is set from 0 to 7. Okay, the fashion retailers' clothes items range is set from 0 to 70, with pants is same up to 70 about 37 lengths. Examples of insane. The fashion retailers' clothes items range. Something that is part of a list or group of things. List clothes items. Item range inside from 0 to inside from 0 to 17 inside from 0 to 70 with pants to 17 with pants in same length of up to 37. She has the 39 each. Is same. She has the 39 each, and she wears a men's size. She wears a men's size. She has a 39 inch inseam, and she wears a men's size. Men's size 14 shoes. The yam of interest will wrap his neck of heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. Okay. The yam of the interest will wrap his neck. The yam of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. Wrap. To cover or surround. To cover or surround something with paper. To cover or surround something with paper, cloth, or other material. To cover or surround. To cover or surround something with paper, cloth, or other material. She wrapped the present and tied it with ribbon. or something with paper, cloth, or other material. Wrapper. Wrapper. Okay, the young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. However, the new system made the cylinder head. Cylinder head. However, the new system made a cylinder head, and the rider inseam were hot. However, the new system made the cylinder. However, the new system made the cylinder head and the rider's inseam very hot. This is evidence. This is evidenced by the three inseam. This is evidenced by the three inseam size and not. This is evidenced by evidence. Search. Look for something. Supported by evidence. She should make a proper evidence. The vacuums and compensation claim. Supported by evidence. She should make a proper evidence. The vacuums compensation claim. The agreement can be terminated. The evidence is supported by evidence. That gives reason. Evidence. Okay, this is evidence by the three inseam size and not varied fact information. Gives evidence. This is 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 evidenced by the three inseam size and large variety. I've watched the offered. This is evidence. This is a fact. This is evidence. This is evidence. This is evidence by the three the fact of give reason to believe. This is evidence. This is evidence. This is evidence to give reason to believe. This is evidence to give reason to. Now something. This is evidence by the three times inseam size. This is evidence. This is evidenced by the three times and large variety of wash offered. Stafford. Facts, information, facts, information, facts, information, facts, information, facts, information, document, facts, information, documents, facts, information, documents, that give, written, that give written. Just news. Facts, information, documents. That give written, that give written to be new. That something into facts, information, documents. That give written to be new. That something into. The facts, information, documents. That give written to be new. That something into. Facts, information, documents, that give written to be new. This is the evidence. This is the evidence that the three same size and large variety change and large variety and characteristic often changing and being different and large variety was offered. Offered. This is evidence by three same size and large variety was offered. Let's see. Is which one of that blank? Varied and large variety was offered or was varied. The evidence, this is evidence by this reason. This is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety was offered. This is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety was offered. This is evidence by the three in same size and large variety and was offered. This is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety and was offered. This is evidenced by the three in size. By the three in same size and large variety was offered. These sentences determine determine to control or influence something directly, to control or influence something directly, or to decide what will happen, to control or influence something directly, or to decide what happened. Decide. The ism determines the length of the inner pants leg to appropriate What's this? Appropriate pants. Fighting or where? Okay. The inseam length determines the length of the inner pants leg and appropriately fight the wearer.
Appropriately. Appropriately fight the wearer. To control or influence something directly, or to decide what happened. The instance determines the length. Fight the wearer. The instance determines the length of the inner pant leg to appropriately fight the wearer. 就应该集中解决这些问题。
Lift rocks, and just by my guidance and where the rocks
So
should
a
go,
lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's kind of a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it, so you get a Warren Buffett type. But deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This was only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires. So the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie, I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem on the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that. Why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people are gonna, this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and there's delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of people and robots, of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. So let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game. where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars. They just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. The new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center of the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so, to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, that human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are sort of equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like the Game of Thrones or the Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, you know, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffuse form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, And you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost money for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's basically only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education.
Why not?
Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English, just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of the network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor all said and done $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and or which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founder's own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that sort of can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it and more capital on it and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit, because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay. And for sure, there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there are certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game. They have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something, if you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is sort of this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is sort of a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. Like, what are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. So that was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's basically throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to a basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham basically said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. You're not, like David Hauser's on there saying, it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying, like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came up with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out, what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People will work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away, polish away, polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I basically won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business.
Okay.
Hey, this is Nivi. You're listening to the Naval podcast.
Shit.
This is one giant megasode that collects every episode we've done on getting rich. All of it based on his tweet storm of how to get rich without getting lucky. I've collected them all here because we're going to switch topics to the new topic of happiness on the next episode. We've published one of these giant megasodes before, but this one's even bigger. It's about 3.5 hours long. It covers all the tweets from the How to Get Rich tweet storm, plus all the Q&A that we did after that, plus 10 minutes of bonus material at the very end that we've never released. The overall sound quality of this megasode improves a lot after the first hour. You can find a link to a clean transcript in the show notes, or if you go to the website nav.al.
Discover.
There's no .com at the end.
Mint.
I hope you enjoy.
You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and ePinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life. People do want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth
Crazy.
is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory that with the robots is cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses.
Crazy.
Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that can earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in your Gulfstream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent, it is competitive. It's a positive-sum game, but there are competitive elements to it because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to be is it's trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer these IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that. They realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, which is a status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge, but fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is, on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything on their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, the journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win at a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else, and they're trying to look like a goody two-shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game.
One thing you mentioned before the interview that stuck with me was the idea that you think everyone can become rich, and that perhaps some of the ways of getting rich or the idea of wealth is vilified by some people in other countries, say. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back down to money's the root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, you know, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on all the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along and take with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitical organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and getting something back, but there are a lot that are just taken. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money, it's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth, otherwise we would still be sitting around in caves, figuring out how to divide up pieces of firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology, it got created from productivity, it got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And the thought experiment I want you to think through is, imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses, we'd have machine-driven hospitals, we'd have self-driving cars, we'd have farms that are 100% automated, we'd have clean energy. So at that point, we could use technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. So I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals that you have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you, I give you information, you give me information. If we weren't having a good information exchange, you'd go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interest. Humans don't have that. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy, everybody can be retired, everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's the game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially with the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game of status. And in the process to destroy wealth creation, they drag everybody down to their level, which is why the U.S. is a very popular country for immigrants, because it's the American dream. Anyone can come here pretty poor and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, but even just make some basic money for their life. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, I have to make millions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas to a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young in the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life that I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country. Look at Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy. And you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites. And when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm not talking about monopolies. I'm not talking about crony capitalism. I'm not talking about mispriced externalities like the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets, small-scale exchange between humans that's voluntary and doesn't have an outsized impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation, if a society does not respect it, a group does not respect it, that society will plunge into ruin and darkness.
Obviously, we want to be wealthy and we want to get there in this lifetime without having to rely on luck. A lot of people think making money is about luck. It's not. It's about becoming the kind of person that makes money. I like to think that if I lost all my money and if you dropped me on a random street in any English-speaking country, within 5 to 10 years, I'd be wealthy again, right? Because it's just a skill set that I've developed and I think anyone can develop. In 1,000 parallel universes, you want to be wealthy in 999 of them. You don't want to be wealthy in the 50 of them where you got lucky. So we want to factor luck out of it. There's really 4 kinds of luck that we were talking about. This came from a book. Mark Andreessen wrote a blog post about it. But there's different kinds of luck. The first kind of luck you might just say is like blind luck, where I just got lucky because something completely out of my control happened. That's fortune, that's fate, etc. Then there's luck that comes through persistence, hard work, hustle, motion, which is when you're just running around creating lots of opportunities, you're generating a lot of energy, you're doing a lot of things. Lots of things will just get stirred up in the dust. It's almost like mixing a petri dish and seeing what combines, or mixing a bunch of reagents and seeing what combines. You're just generating enough force and hustle and energy that luck will find you. A third way is that you just become very good at spotting luck. So if you are very skilled in a field, you will notice when a lucky break happens in that field and other people who aren't attuned to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge and work. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck, because they're going to come to you to get that treasure and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how the person who got lucky by finding the treasure chest, that was blind luck. But them coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you half, that's not luck. You created your own luck. You put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on that luck, or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity for themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave it to chance.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, right? So if I can make it, anybody can, in that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs and I had my mental faculties and I did have an education, So there are some prerequisites you can't get past. But if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. First little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like a Ninad, De La Certis, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire, so you have your freedom. Not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and you can wake up when you want, you can sleep when you want, you don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom, and especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears, and the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck, there's the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of the treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line, and as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't luck.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post I think it will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place, so everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself. And then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, extreme people get extreme results. I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and you basically win stupid social prizes, which are worthless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that alone, you will run out of unluck.
Yeah, or it could just be a reversion to the mean, right? So then you at least neutralize luck so that it's your own talents that come into play.
Next, you go into more specific details on how you can actually get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work, and it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of a medical device or a procedure or a process where they have intellectual property. So essentially, you're working for somebody else. And that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to be true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called How to Create Wealth. It's just How to Get Rich was a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you're going to be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you. You're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time, and that eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP. That can be through stock options. So if you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own companies or by, even investors, they're in an investment firm and they're buying equity. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't come through the hours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match your outputs. So if you look at modern society, again, this is later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where you could do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. An engineer who's working on the wrong thing or not quite as good or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are pretty connected, they're just using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone, like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hand and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what creates this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of the profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are two tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one was talking about, we were talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyles just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you a freedom of operation. Once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house and lifestyle and all that stuff. Let's say you're getting paid $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday. Which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed. And then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps separated over long periods of time so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it wouldn't need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.B. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. So everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, computer in their pocket that had all the phone capability times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts as an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people had it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting the society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way, in a self-sustaining way.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting up a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who's Illustratus, if he was in his videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at his local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman who goes to people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook to reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nivi just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and he's just like Nivi, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broad. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day, PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks, just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. the internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth weaving in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down because they're easy to remember and easy to hook onto. But that one was escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate, don't copy, just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are to who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding. So it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is a very important force. So you have to be able to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at Prisoner's Dilemma type games, the solution to Prisoner's Dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma. In other words, if we play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people, and you have to figure out who can you trust, and who can you trust over a long period of time, that you can just keep playing the game with them, so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the U.S. stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that was because the U.S. stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the U.S. didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the U.S. stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups. Let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you build up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politics, like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around.
Okay, let me see. Approach. I know whether it is suitable or rather particular suitable locations. Approach.
appropriately fit, appropriately to like appropriately suit, with that is suit for right for particular situation or a case. Let me see. Let me get it. Oh. Okay, no, don't need to know the details, that's okay. Don't need to know, that's okay. Don't need to know, that's okay. Don't need to know the details, that's okay. Prophet. Prophet is just no, don't need to know the details, that's okay. It's just it's me, I'm only being with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. Okay, no, don't need to know that details, that's okay. It's just me, I'm only being with one woman and my whole life, and she turned out to be lesbian. 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 A woman who is sexual, or romantic, or hang to another woman, and not people to other. And he's lesbian. Who out to be a lesbian. So now I'm got lesbian. Lesbian. So now I've got myself. So I've got myself sacked out. She turned out. Sacked out. So I'm not got myself sacked. We are so sacked about this. So now I'm got myself sacked out. Sacked out. Was so sacked. Sacked out. So now I'm got myself sacked out. It's become like this thing, and you must think I'm weird. I'm weird. No. I don't think it's weird. I think it's in fact I'm gonna myself. Okay.
You must just think I'm weird. No, I don't think it's weird. I think in fact, you know what I think? What? I think it's sexy. Sexy. You know what I think? Sexy. Six. You know what I think? So now I've got myself all sexed out. You know. It's become like this. You must just think I'm weird. Just think I'm weird. Freak. Weird. We're over stringent. Just think I'm weird. Unnatural. Unusual. I think it's gonna weird. No, I don't think it's weird. I think it's in fact, you know what I think? Sexy. I think it's sexy. I think it's sexy. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier. It's nothing sexier. It's nothing sexier. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex. Let me know something. Let me know you something. As a woman. Okay, let me see.小声一点，小声点。As a woman, let me see something. Your audience, just idiom. Okay. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier. Nothing sexier. Sexier. Let's be sexier. Okay, there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexy. It's nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex. No kidding. Oh yeah, in fact, you know what I do? I'd wait. Absolutely. It's extra. Sex, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I believe it completely. Yes, absolutely. Completely. Deep in London. Yes, absolutely. Completely. Yes, absolutely. I would wait. Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes, absolutely. I would wait, then I'd wait some more. Ronnie? Oh yeah, I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she begs. I don't care if she begs. She pleads. She begs. She begs. She begs. She begs, she pleads, request to make an argument, to make an argument, emotional statement or request for something, to make an argument, emotional statement or request for something, to make an argument, emotional statement or request for something. He was on his plead for mercy. He was on his key. Pleads for mercy. She appeared on television. She appeared on television to plead. Plead with the kidnapper. She appeared on television to plead with the kidnapper. Request. She begs. She pleads. Request. To make an argument, emotional statement or request for something. She begs. She requests. She begs. Beg. To make a versatile or argument request. Begs. Pleads. Begs, she pleads. Okay, she begs, please, pleads. She begs, she pleads, she tells you she will gonna have sex with another man. That just means she tells you she gonna have sex with another man. That just means it's working. But I really want this more than jewelry. More than jewelry. More than jewelry. Oh, do I really want this? More than jewelry. Just more than jewelry. Oh, Phoebe, 他的 Hi. Look at you. You look great. Oh, yeah. Thank you. You so do you? Sparkling. It's easy. Sparkling, shining bright, shining brightly with a lot of small points of light. Thank you. So do you? Sparkling. Thanks. Yeah. So this is pretty wonderful. Mr. Merger Cabbage. Mr. Merger Cabbage guy. Mr. Merger Cabbage. What do you mean is? Mr. Merger Cabbage. Cabbage. Mr. Merger. escapades. Means creative capades guy. I remember when you are just like Friday in Mr. Roger. Ice is nice. Yeah, it was. Okay, I remember when you are just like King Friday in Mr. Roger's eyes is nice. Yeah, well, you know, I'm kind of spooky. 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 Yeah, well, you know, I'm kind of spooky that way. Oh, spooky. Strange and fright, strange and fright. Oh, it was a spooky coincidence. It was a spooky coincidence. Strange and frightened. 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 It was a spooky. It was a spooky coincidence. Spooky. Okay, you know, I'm kind of looking that way. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I'm kind of spooky that way. Strange and frightened. It was spooky coincidence. Spooky. Make you feel fair. Spooky, strange and frightened. Okay, you know, well, you know, I'm kind of spooky that, you know. Oh God, I missed you. I'm gonna get changed. I'm gonna get changed. Okay. I'm gonna get changed. I'm gonna get changed. Okay. No. What? Babes. Alright. Okay. Only. What? That's matador. That's mad. That's matador. So, only a man who fights and kills bulls. Michael at a bullfight. Matador. That's matador. It's matador all day. That's matador. A man who fight and kill bulls at a bullfight. It's dangerous. It's matador. The matador. The matador. So, only. Sweetie, can you hold on this for a second? Sure, thanks. Okay. No. That need to know the details. That's okay. It's just me, you know. I'm only being with one woman. I've only been with one woman my whole life. And she turned out to be neat. She turned out to be lesbian. And she turned out to this, and she turned out to be lesbian. So now so she turned out to be lesbian. So now I've got myself all psyched out. Excited. So I'm got myself all psyched out. You know, it's become like this thing, and you must just think I'm weird. Oh no. I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird. I think in fact, you know what I think? In fact, you know what I think? What? I think it's sexy. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex. No kidding. Oh yeah. In fact, you know what I'd do? What? I'd wait. You'd wait. Yes, absolutely. I would wait, then I'd wait some more. Really? Oh yeah. I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she begs, she pleads, she tells you she can have sex with another man. That just means it's working. Woman really want this more than jewelry. Hi, face, cut up. Thank you. Thank you. So, do you sparkling? Thanks. Yeah. So, there is a pretty wonderful, just major capades guy. I remember when you were just like King Friday in Mr. Rogers' eyes is nice. In Mr. Rogers' eyes is nice. Yeah, you always said I'd make it. Yeah, well, you know, I'm kind of spooky. I'm kind of spooky. Okay, are you? Okay. Spooky. Spooky. Sparky. Stringent fight and stringent fighting. Stringent frightening and stringent frightening. I'm gonna get changed. I'm gonna change it. Okay. No. What? Fibs. All right. Okay. All right. What? That's mandatory. So, sweetie, can you hold on this? For a second? Sure. Thanks. Junie, Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. You had pernentalgist. Pernentalgist. Sorry, you had. Sparking. Standards.
Paleontologist.
Paleontologist. Sorry, you had paleontologist. Sorry, you had paleontologist on your face. Sorry, you had paleontologist on your face. Someone who studies fossils are other way of getting information about the fossil. Fossil. Someone who studies fossils as a way of getting information about the history of dinosaurs. Okay, you had fossil on your face. Paleontologist. Anthony. Yeah, sorry, you had a paleontologist. Paleontologist on your face. But it's gone. You're right. Alright, hi everyone. Listen, I just wanted to thank you for our little talk before. Oh God, no problem. So we're gonna go with things. So you had the places on your face, but it's gone now. You're right. Places. Someone who studies fossils is a paleontologist.
Paleontologist.
Paleontologist. Yeah, sorry. You had paleontologist on your face, but it's gone now. You are alright. You're alright. Hi everyone. Hi. Oh, listen. I just wanted to thank you for our little talk about for our little talk before talk as talk. Let me see. When you are little talk before.
Talk.
For our little talk before. Oh God, no problem. So you're gonna go with the winning thing. Well, I was going to, but after I talked to you and I talked to Joey. What did he say? Basically, he told me to get over myself. Just do it. Okay. Tell me to get over myself. Basically. When use the when referring to the main or most important characteristic or further or something. When refer basically. basic. Through enough flavor. Through enough work. Use the when use basic. Use the one refer to the main or most important characteristic or feature of something. Basic. They want to basic. Use the one refer to the main or most important characteristic or feature of something. Basic. They want a lot more information about the project before they'll put any money into it. About the project before they'll put any money into it. So what's the difference? So what's the difference between those two T-ways? Well, they're basically the same. They're basically the same. Well, they're basically the same, but they're more expensive. But the more expensive one has 3D. So what's the difference? So what's the difference between these two T-ways? So what's the difference between these two T-ways? These two T-ways. Well, they're basically the same, but they more expensive on had 3D. Basically, he told me to get over myself and just do it, So I thought about that. So I thought about what you said, and I thought about what he said, and well he said. And well his way. I got to have a sex tonight. I got to have a sex. I got to. And well his way. I get to have a sex tonight. I get to have a sex tonight. I get to have a sex tonight. So, 我们现在 Oh God. I got to.也他妈有些是先上去的。I got to have a sex tonight. Okay, and well his I got to have a sex tonight. So, oh God, what you say and what you said, and thought about what he said, and well his way. I got to have a sex tonight. So, oh God, what is this? What is this in my pocket? What is this in my pocket? What is this in my pocket? What? It's Joey's porn movie. It's Joey porn 6 movie. Porn movie. Porn. It's Joey. Porn movie. Porn. It's Joey's porn movie. Puppy Ding.
Modern popular music is usually with a strong beat, created with electronic equipment and easy to use and easy to listen to and remember. Pop music. A pop concert. What do you want to listen? What do you want to listen to? Jazz, classic, or pop? Jazz, classic or pop? What? Classic, jazz. Pop, classic or pop. Pop game. I'm fine with it. I mean, if you're okay watching a video full with two nipple people. Two nipple people. I'm fine with it. I mean, if you are okay watching a video filed with two. I'm fine with it. I mean, if you are okay watching a video filled with two nippled people, great. People having sex. That's just what I needed to say. That's just what I needed to say. Great. People having sex. Great. People having sex. That's just one. That's just what I needed to say. What's wrong with people having sex? What's wrong with the people having sex? What's wrong with the people having sex? Well, you know, those movies are offensive. Well, those people are offensive. And what's wrong with the people having sex? What's wrong with the people having sex? Well, you know, those movies are offensive. I forgot this. Degrading to women. Offensive, upsetting, cause offensive. Crime. Those movies are offensive. Cause offensive. Attracting sports. Offensive. Are way more offensive, upsetting, cause offensive. This project that's some way you might find offensive. This program content language that some way you might find offensive. Program content. This program that some visuals might find offensive.
This program content include language that some values might find offensive. Crime. He told some really offensive sex joke to some attacking since the other side had taken offensive action. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. Puppy. I'm fine with it. I mean, if you, well, you know, there's movies are offensive and degrading to women. Degrading. Cousin people to feel that they are no value. Degrading. No value. And degrading to women, and female. And the lighting was on flattery. Lighting on flattery. Female. On flattery. Not flattery. We're making someone. Not flattery. We're making someone look nice or attacked. Not flattery. We're making someone look nice or attractive or sim. Not flattery. We're making someone look nice or attractive or similar than you or similar. On flattery. On flattery. Not flight, when we're making fun of neatness or traffic or same worse than usual. Right. Flattery. And the night always on flatter. And Mark helped me out here. Okay. Okay, hello everyone. And Mark helped me out here. And Mark helped me out here. 自我这个听字，下次变掉。And Monica helped me out here. You know, Monica helped me out here. You know, I wanna see Joey. So is there? Yeah. Monica help me out here. Monica help me out here. Help me out here. Hell, I wanna see Joey. So is there like a story? And like a story, or do they just doing it right? Or never mind. So is there like a story, or do they just doing it right? Oh, never mind. Okay, wait a minute. That is the craziest typing test I've ever seen. So crazy, stupid, or not written. Nonsensible. Stupid or not reasonable. It's crazy idea. Stupid or not reasonable. Craziest. Wait a minute, this is the craziest typing test I've ever seen. There is a quiz. Wait a minute. There is a crazy type test I've ever seen. All I say is she better get good. All I say is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Hell, here I come. I'm coming to fix the copier. Copier. I'm fix the copier. I'm fixed. Okay, look at me. Here I come. I'm coming to fix the copier. I'm gonna fix the copier. Copier. I can't get to the copier. I can't get to the copier. I'm thinking, what do I do? So I just watch them have sex. And then I say, wait, hurt my name. You know, that's bad for the paper. That's bad for the paper. It's bad for paper. It's bad for the paper. Paper. Tray. Flat object. Usually with raised edge. Usually raised with it. Used for carrying. You are carrying food and drinks. A flat object usually with raised edge. A flat object usually with raised edge. Used for carrying food and drinks. Used for carrying food and drinks. She was carrying a tray of drinks. Paper tray. Bad for the paper tray. That's bad for the paper tray. Nice work, my friend. Thank you. Wait. You say me again. Hang on. They guys bad. They got butts. They got butts block me. They got butts. Flat object. Flat object usually with raised edges. Usually with a raised edge. Used for carrying food and drinks. Used for carrying food and drinks. But okay, the part of the flesh can guarantee the part of the finish cigarette that has no been smoke. That has been no smoke. The part of a finished cigarette that has no been smoke. The part of the finished cigarette that has not been smoked. That has been not smoked. Cigarette. What meaning of this? Is that say cigarette? The part of a finished cigarette that has no been smoked. That has been no smoke. The part of a finished cigarette that has not been smoked. That has been not smoked. The guys block me. They're here. Okay, wait. You say me again. How? The guys butts block me. The guys block me. That there I am here. Okay. Let me say it. It's black. Friends.
to relax. That was 10 blocks from here, and the woman was walking alone at night. I would never do that. Mom, come on, stop.
I think it's sexy. Sexy? Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier. My whole life.
She turned out. She turned out.
It's become like this thing.
See? Just think.
No, I don't think it's weird. I think.
So now,
So,
myself
now you know I've got myself. Just, it's me, you know. And then she turned out to be Nidvi. So, it's become like this thing, and
No, I don't think it's weird. I think, have to infect you know what I think? I think it's sexy.
I think it's sexy.
Sexy?
Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex. I think it's sexy.
Sexy?
Let me tell you something. As a woman,
As a woman,
there is nothing
it's even not so sexy.
sexier than a man.
As a woman, there is nothing sexy.
I think it's sexy.
Sexy?
Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is.
There is nothing sexy. There is nothing sexy. As a woman, there is nothing sexy. Is that right? Nice. There is nothing sexier. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier. There is nothing sexier.
Is nothing sexier than a man who
Then
does not want to have sex.
something sex. Okay.
In fact, you know what I'd wait. Yes, absolutely.
I would wait
And wait.
and wait.
Then I'd wait some more.
And then we got some more. Right?
Oh yeah, I don't care how much she tells you she wants.
She turns out.
I don't care if she begs, she pleads, she tells you she's gonna.
She's gonna have sex.
Have sex with another man. That just means it's working.
That doesn't mean it's working.
I'd wait.
I'd wait.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
now I would
And
wait
wait.
and wait.
Then I'd wait
And
some
then
more.
I will some more. Then I will some more. Honey,
Oh yeah, I
How-
don't care
how
how much
do-
she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she begs,
she
she
pleads.
pleads,
She
she tells you
pleads.
she's gonna have sex
She's
with
gonna
another
with
man.
another-
Wait some more. Oh yeah, I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she
Begs,
begs,
she pleads. She
tells
pleads.
you
She
she's gonna have sex with another
she
man.
didn't.
That just
That doesn't mean that it's true.
Women really want
No,
more than jewelry.
not true. Not true.
Bye.
Okay.
So, wow, this is pretty wonderful, huh? Mr. Major Prepaid's
It's
guy.
meeting because
I remember when you were just like King Friday and Mr.
I remember when you are just King Friday. It's King Friday. Just remember when you're just like, because I remember when you were just like King Friday, Mr. Roger. It's Mr. Roger assistant. King Friday. I mean, nice. Because I'm saying King Friday. It's really good. Friday. King Friday. Mr. Rogers' eyes is nice. King Friday. You were just like, remember it's King Friday. This King Friday. The neighbor. I remember when you were just like King Friday in Eastern Project.
Roger's ice is nice.
Okay.
You always said I'd make it.
You always said I'd make it.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of spooky that way. Paid's guy. I remember when you were just
I just like King Friday.
Roger's ice is nice.
You always said I'd make it.
Yeah, well, kind of spooky.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm kind of spooky. You know, I'm spooky that way. You know.
That way.
Let me see. I remember when you. Changed. The matador. Can you hold this for a second?
Julie? Sorry, you had a paleontologist on your face. But it's gone now. You're all right.
So gonna wait. To you gonna go to your right?
Basically, he told me to get over.
He told me to get over it myself. I just do it, you know. So just say and will his will. It's in my pocket.
What? It's Joey's porno.
Or what is
movie.
it? Pop it in. Pop it in.
I mean, if you're okay watching.
I'm fine with it. If you.
A video filled with two nipple people.
Great. People having sex with that snitch nails. Okay, I'm fine with it. I mean, you should go if you're okay watching a video of man with two nippled people. Two nippled people.
Hey, people having
People having sex. People having sex.
sex and
That's just. Yeah, people having sex. That's just what we need to see. People having sex.
well,
Well,
you know,
these movies are offensive.
these movies are offensive
Offensive. And degrading
degrading to women and female.
and degrading woman and female. Woman and female and female.
Males. Lighting's always unflattering.
And the 19 the was flattering.
And Monica, help me out here.
Bring it here.
Hell, I want to see Joey. Always unflattering.
Mhm.
And Monica, help me out here. Hell, I want to see
Oh, no,
Joey.
just. So there's like story, or they are just doing it right? Is there like a story, or do they just do it right?
Like a story, or do they just start
Do
doing it?
you
Oh, never mind.
know?
That is the craziest.
Oh, wait a minute. That is the craziest.
Typing test I've ever seen.
All I say is there like a story, or do they? Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind.
That is the craziest typing test I've ever seen.
It's created.
All I say is she better get the job.
Yes, so she will get the job.
Looks to me like he's the one getting the job.
All I say is she better get the job.
Looks to me like he's the one getting the job.
Looks me like I see the kid one.
Typing test I've ever seen.
All I say is she better get the job.
Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Okay, here I come. See, I'm coming to fix the copier. I can't get to the copier. I'm thinking, what do I do? Okay, here I come. See, I'm coming to fix the copier.
So come fix the car.
I can't get to the copier. I'm
Thinking what to do
what
it.
do I do? So I just
What?
watch him have sex.
Do this.
And then I say, wait, here's my line.
Here's my name. You know, that's bad for the paper. You know, that's bad for the paper. You know, it's bad for the paper. That's beautiful. That's it.
Wait, you see me again. Hang up.
That's you said that's the guy's boss. That's fuck.
There I am.
No.
There I am. There I am.
So what's up? You came to see me yesterday.
Okay, so-
Yeah. Right. I kind of needed a divorce.
I can't do divorce. I can't do.
Okay. How come?
Okay.
Actually, I'm getting married again.
I'm getting married.
Oh God, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm straight.
I'm still.
I know.
I don't
think I'm still.
You're so smart and funny, and you throw such great Academy Award parties.
That's what I kept telling myself, but you just reach a point where you can't live a lie anymore.
So how long have you known?
Well, I guess on some level I always knew I was.
Guess now some new. I was all new. I was.
I thought I was supposed to be something else, you know, I'm an ice dancer, only.
My friend. My
Friends are gay, was he trying to fit in?
And there's actually a woman?
thanks.
Her name's Deborah.
Well, is she the first
Indeed.
that you've been with?
Actions.
Well, I've never told you
Yeah,
this, but there were one or two times back in college when I get really drunk, go to a straight bar and wake up with a woman next to me. But I told myself it was the liquor, and everyone experiments in college.
Sure.
But now I know I don't have a choice about this. I was born this way.
I don't know what to say. I mean, you're married to someone for 6 years and you think you know him, and then one day he says, "Oh, I'm not gay."
I'm still me.
Why couldn't you just have figured this out 6 years ago? You know it still smells like monkey in there? Saves us a conversation.
Well, this has been great, but I'm officially wiped. Me too. We should get going.
No! No, I mean, no! Come on, you guys. I mean, come on, look, it's only 11:30. Let's just talk. We never just hang out and talk anymore. Rachel, that's all we do.
I think.
Maybe that's all we do. What about you?
What about me?
What about Julie? Well, you have been in our lives.
Robin Nice. Okay. I don't understand.
Stop worrying.
Yeah, the turn.
Reason I. Why? Who's not having? Are you and Julie not? Or are you? Or is it just?
I mean, we do plenty of other stuff, lots of other stuff like.
No. Don't need to know the details. Okay.
No, it's me. It's me. You know, I've only been with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. So now I've got myself all psyched out. You know, and it's become like this thing. And
Okay.
You know, you must just think I'm weird.
No, I don't think it's weird. I think, in fact, you know what I think?
What?
I think it's sexy.
Sexy?
Let me tell you something. As a woman,
Yeah.
there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex.